Do is start out here on the monthly chart. As you can see, I have some alerts set up, and then I have a couple or one more line SR flip. I'm kind of watching this 4201 level. I think if the market stays above that 4201 or kind of holds around that level, we're probably trading 4293. Of course, there's still some underlying, you know, news with the debt talks, and there's a lot of Feds on today, but that's going to be kind of the level I'm going to be watching. 4300's right, 7 handles above that. That's just the level that I picked. But so far we're still one time framing up on the monthly. We're still above the previous month's high, which was 41.98 quarter. So that will be a key level. This 4201 really to like 41.96, I think, is really kind of be the key. We are in. No, we got like a week and a half left of the month, so still a little bit more time left in the month here. Um, so that will be kind of key to pay attention to if the market is going to kind of hold that level or if we're going to give it up, right? Chances are a little bit of volatility today, so those will be kind of the key. But so far on the monthly, right, we just the main takeaway from this is that we well, I guess like I said, we're not actually one time framing up, but I'm kind of giving it a one time framing up feel because we had this previous month kind of look back into this balance here and pop up, and then this month as well kind of looked back into that balance and then popped up as well. So but we'll kind of see. So far it looks a little bit stronger than it does weak. On the weekly here, zoom out a little bit. On the weekly here, you can see last week. Oh, I'm gonna have last week traded higher, right? So we had this kind of outside week, and then we had an inside week, and then we traded up. And so that's going to be kind of the key. Are we going to hold above this weekly balance? And you can kind of see the weekly balance fairly easily here. I got a message on my phone that says I'm live on YouTube. Hilarious. Um, you can see we're trading right up to that 100 SMA, and I mean it's kind of hidden here, but you can kind of see it right here. So this is a 100-day weekly moving average. That's going to be kind of key here, right? To regain and a look back in time here. If we add a little bit of time to our chart here, we can see. Let's zoom out. We can see here, like when we get this kind of crossover, once you get that crossover back, the market tends to stay pretty strong. There really hasn't been a lot of time in the past. I can add the max here. That we spend a lot of time below it, or even that the 50 spends a lot of time below it. But you can see with this pull down here, it was a pretty sharp pull down and then a pretty long consolidation, right? I mean, if we were to switch to, let's switch to like SPX here. SPX just gives us a little bit more information. So you can kind of see here, we have this sharp pull down here, and this is the 2000s. Pops up, gets above it, and then starts to hold. So getting above that 100 really starts to show every single time it gets above it, right? When the 50 is below the 100, kind of starts to show it. So you're just looking, I'm not using the moving averages as like support or resistance. I'm more or less just using them for pattern recognition, right? And so you can see like in previous times when we've had 20% move, 20% or higher moves in the market, the pattern that it implies after. That's kind of what I like to look for. So switching over to the daily here, we can see we're still one time framing up, right? 4 days in a row. That's going to be the key. Are the sellers going to be able to break this one time framing to the upside? That will be their first look. We can kind of see even with Friday being that down day, right? We opened up higher, closed the gap, and then ended up closing inside the previous day's range. We look at the profiles, we'll see values still higher. Everything is still kind of higher, and you can kind of see the top of this balance here, big huge balance area, and that will be kind of the key. Is the market going to stay up there and hold? Jamie, good morning. Javi, good morning. Roach, good morning. Switching gears for a second, we'll take a peek at the economic calendar here. We can see Bullard is on right now. I haven't really seen Bullard said not anticipating changes to QT anytime soon. McHenry obstacles to deal, but people working in good faith. McHenry says the last night's debt limit talks were productive. Blah blah blah. So we'll just keep watching the headlines as they come out. Then a little bit later today, 10:50, we've got Barkin. Then 10:50, also Bostic, and then 11:05, you've got Daily. So just a pretty Fed heavy day, and then of course, all eyes on the news with McConnell or whatever the Republican House's name is, and Biden about the debt limit talks. We look over at the profiles and we'll do a little review of Friday first, like we always do. We can see Friday opened up higher on the gap and actually traded higher, tried to hold this consolidation here, wasn't able to find any buyers, right? Built a little bit of value, but wasn't able to find any buyers, then liquidated down. And so you can see here, for the most part, just a pure liquidation, right? I don't really see a ton of selling. We don't have excess on the high. So we can kind of assume that the move down, and this is my personal opinion, I guess. Everyone else on the internet seems to be saying that the market's gonna like that we need to sell. But the profiles are just not telling us that today. But if we were to just separate this here, let's just split the profile right here. You would have a B-shaped profile, right, with the 45-degree angle on the top showing us that a buyer is stepping in. So to me, that kind of tells us, right, that you had some longs get stuck. They weren't able to get the market any higher. A poor high is indicating that buyers are not stepping up, right? That higher prices are shutting off demand, and then we get a liquidation for the rest of the day. But overall, we have higher value. The point of control is higher. Volume has shifted up. I mean, you got the point of control for end period here because we ended the day on a spike. But, if we were to do this profile here, you'd see the point of control is down here, right? And then, surprise, surprise, Globex session opens up, and where does it check down to? Checks down to our Brad print, right to the tick, and then trades higher and then builds value inside Friday's value. So the key here really with overnight inventory being net short, but even though we're trading at the settle, so it's pretty much already corrected, this is kind of telling us that above these weak highs here, and this is a weak high here, then you'll probably see these momentum shorts that piled in on Friday that didn't gain any ground, right? They couldn't even close the Brad prints completely on Friday. They'll probably get traded up. First target will be that 42.15. And so that's kind of my plan today is if we stay above the settle or even the last, right in between this area, I think there's decent odds that we trade up. Now, if they are able to get some selling and they're able to turn this lower and get below this 41.86, that's going to be kind of telling that, okay, maybe we need to fix some of these poor spots, and we still have trapped inventory below where the last time we had excess. So their target would be that 73 and then that 69, 68 level if they can get below 86. With us opening up basically right at the settle, we can kind of assume, morning, John, we can kind of assume that the internals are going to be pretty neutral, right? We're going to probably, tick is probably going to be pretty neutral. Breadth is probably going to be pretty neutral. Take a little quick peek around the block. Quick. Microsoft is actually trading above, well, it's trading right at Friday's high. Apple is actually going to be opening up on a gap down, so that's looking kind of weak. Nvidia is also trading in the lower range of Friday's range. Let's take a peek at Meta. Meta got sued by England over the weekend for being dishonest. Surprise, surprise. And they're trading lower as well. So maybe some weakness in tech. So we'll pay attention to the sectors here. We want to see if tech's going to open up weak. We're definitely going to need to see some of the other sectors be pretty strong to start the session if we are going to get any upside. So that'll be kind of key to pay attention to. So maybe some patience can be in order. We're opening up inside yesterday's value or Friday's value. That's telling that the market is probably going to be a little bit choppy. Excuse me. Right, and so that what that tells us is that exercise caution, right? Don't get don't get too carried away early on because things can change on the drop of a dime because we're trading inside yesterday's value. Remember their key is to break this level, right? Cessation of one time framing from these sellers will be the first sign of change. So just because we didn't get a seller up here doesn't necessarily mean that a seller can't show up today in value in Friday's value and try to push the market lower. Excuse me. I wanted to look at something. I can't remember. Oh, okay, now I remember. Let's take a peek at the COT report, right? We can see here the asset managers adding to their long position last Tuesday and also adding a bit to their short position with leverage funds cutting basically the same amount on their short side and their long side. So leverage funds, pretty much took that opportunity, and we'll go back to last Tuesday, which was 16 here. And so you see asset managers get long. Of course, the next day we move higher. Leverage funds cut their short position. So short covering comes in, and we can assume that they got squeezed like we've been talking about for a while. And there was something else I wanted to look at too. About 9 minutes until the open. Maybe it'll come to me. The Dow kind of looking like it had a little peak above balance on Friday and has since moved back into balance. So the key for that the Dow would be to get above that 33,559. Damn, that's gonna bother me. I can't remember what I was.
Morning.
Morning, Dan.
The countdown is on 2 weeks.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We
Nice.
either leave Sunday night or Monday morning. I think it'll be Sunday night.
Is Brittany
Drive
not
at
going with
least.
you guys right away?
No, not right away. Correct.
Oh, okay. Was she staying at the house then?
Yeah, she's gonna stay there for a couple weeks. There's stuff that needs to be done anyway. Those
Oh,
guys are gonna come over and do that rat thing. And then she just needs to get her affairs in order so they can come.
and then are you guys gonna rent that house?
Yeah, we're gonna rent that house out. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end up driving to go see Grandpa this weekend, even though traffic's gonna suck, but I'll just drive at night. Well,
Why is it gonna suck? Memorial Day?
Memorial Day weekend. Yeah.
Hmm.
But if I
Oh
drive
yeah,
at
it's.
night, I don't think it'll be that bad.
Oh yeah, nighttime won't be too bad. Just a heads up. Tomorrow I'll be cutting the stream short, and then Wednesday I won't be on at all. Margaret's getting another surgery, so be down in Philly.
Uh,
Hopefully
okay.
this one
Is that this?
works.
She's getting another ablation.
Yeah.
Oh, Grandma's AFib Saturday night.
What's that?
Grandpa's wife had had a AFib on Saturday night.
Oh, did she go to the hospital?
Yeah, she was there at ER for a while, and she is a fucking spitfire.
Yeah.
She fucking yelling at them and getting all excited when she should have been calming down.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't want to go see the doctors, and she's probably mad at Grandpa for not for not for not letting her stay home, making her go to the hospital.
Morning, Thomas. Yeah, she's not always the most compliant.
Yeah, yeah. Stacy's flying down there Friday, so I'll get to see him.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And then Aunt Elaine said that she wanted to fly
Morning,
and help
Tobias.
Denise unpack.
Oh, in Texas?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's weird how our family just kind of rallies to, if you're moving, they're like, okay, all right, let's get you together. See you later. Bye. Her family, Denise's family is all, oh, you're leaving us? Oh, fine. I'm not going to talk to you. She hasn't talked to her nieces and her sister in like a month and a half. They're all pissed off at her.
Well, you know what's funny?
Like,
In our family, we're so used to moving.
yeah, well, everybody moves. It's just, I mean, shit,
Yeah.
that's just life. I mean, man,
Yeah.
you think everybody should just live around you? Actually, it's her sister that's the biggest issue. Never thought it would be, but it is.
Yeah, that's like when I moved to PA, I was like, you know what? This is my last move. I'm not moving again. I'm fucking.
Everybody says that. I said that when we moved here. I didn't think. I think now that I've seen what happens to her parents and what happens to my parents, I'm gonna plan a little differently. I'm not gonna buy shit just to have shit because that's what these guys kept doing. going through all their stuff. It's like, what is this for? What is that for? What is this for? I mean, Grandpa has like 12 hammers. What do you need 12 hammers for?
We probably forgets
Can't
that he
find
has
one.
them. Just buys one.
Yeah,
Like, ah,
can't find the one that you got, so he just went and bought a new one.
yeah.
Yeah, crazy.
Well, that's just lack of organization.
Yeah. His toolbox was a disarray. Mine is spot on.
What do you do? Is yours just going in a trailer? Did they ship it or what?
Yeah, they already took it. I should have kept
Oh,
it
nice.
because we got to do sheetrock, and Denise comes to me and says, "Hey, are you going to do the sheetrock?" I said, "Really? How? How am I going to do that?" I mean, what? I mean, I could go buy the tools and do it, which I'm not. I'm not against, but I don't have the stuff. You guys had me package up my toolbox and ship it, and I should have never done that. I should have kept that thing till the last day.
If you're driving
Stupid.
up to Reno, um, you could detour to Tahoe and ask my brother to borrow his stuff if you need it. He's in
Oh
Tahoe.
no, I'd have to return it. It's. I mean, to do sheetrock is a hammer. I need a mud. What
Spatula.
do they call it? A spatula. Yeah, you need that, and then I need a sheetrock net. I mean, that's all you really need. But it's like, because when they did the piping, they tore up the a little bit of the garage underneath the sink and in the bathroom.
Mm.
And Denise's mom is like, no, 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 painter guy to do it because I want it done. I want it done perfect because we're gonna have renters. And then on top of that, if there's any kind of an issue, I would hear about it. And I was like, that's a great idea because you know what I don't want to do? I don't want to hear about it.
Right.
I don't want to hear that, oh, this didn't come out perfect or whatever the fuck it is. No.
All right, we got about 30 seconds until the market opens here. Opening up pretty much unchanged.
There you go.
There's the bell. A little bit of a pumperooski to start the session. Oh, you know what? That's what I wanted to do, the gamma levels. I fucking forgot. A little bit of a seller comes in right there. See that? 6 lots. Let's see if they can break the open.
What was
Failure to
the
break.
open? Oh,
The open was like 4204 half. They don't break the open there. You can see some sellers getting stuck on the 5 here. Remember, we have these weak references from Friday here. This M high, which is like, let's just see exactly, 850 and 9. So failure to break the open there. Pick is still holding pretty decent. Breath is green. And this is what we talked about here. These sector boxes, we need to see the rest of the sector boxes hold green with tech being a little bit weak. So far, we're seeing that.
One of the bots
That's
should get into a put. Yep. One of the bots is in a put. The other one's still holding, hasn't gotten any counts yet.
Microsoft catching a bid here. It's at 850 and 9 here. These sellers came in heavy at the 6 and we're above it. So the longer we stay above it, you see another seller trying to come in 675, but the longer we stay above it, the better the odds are that we trade higher. Like the next offer's up at 10, 200 lots. Book is still fairly
Okay.
thin.
Second bot just got a put count, so it should get into a put top of the minute.
Is Tommy in here?
No,
No, he must still
didn't.
be at work.
Didn't get in.
So we like to see ends of target here, the first target. They're stacking that 10. They're saying, if you want me, you gotta pay for me. I cleaned up those weak references from Friday. Here we go. Oh, wheat, Mother, Mary, and Joseph. That's how we started today. Just fucking go. All the way to the high. All the way up to 42.93. I'll take it. So here's what we've got to pay attention to, right? We got this double distribution from Friday. So if we get back up into this upper distribution, I mean, probably going to find some selling early on, but we need to pay attention if we get acceptance. If we get acceptance, then that target is going to become the high, 25.75. If we get rejection, then the target will be back down into this lower distribution. That will be kind of the key. We could do a little bit of chopperooski here, paying attention to these other levels, right? 1550 would be a key level that we'd like to be above in order to get acceptance into the upper distribution. A little bit of offering there, but not real, more or less just buyers kind of getting stuck up here.
Got another put count in the other bot. See you in a minute.
Nvidia's looking weak. Apple's coming up, and Microsoft's looking strong. ET trade. How does ET a 2-year trade on Treasury? It's down. Ooh, my Baba trade's up though. So I got exercise. So I think I told you guys I sold those puts in Baba. They got exercised because they were in the money. But they're up pretty nice now.
Still didn't get in.
Yeah. Got sellers stuck on that 13.5. 13.5, 13.75 right here. See, like when you see these kind of patterns on the profile, right? We get this kind of liquidation up, or a short covering, we'll call it short covering up, and then you get this kind of clump of volume here. So we can assume they're re-offering this level here, but then all of a sudden it just dries out, right? You get kind of a cliff look. We can kind of assume this 1370, 1350, 1375 that these sellers here are trapped for now. And then if you start to trade on the back side of them, then better odds that they cover the short. So, and if it comes down where it just like it literally just came down to here and no one starts to offer this 13.25, then we can assume that buyers must be holding higher and trying to take the market higher. All the sector boxes have turned green now. You can see the weak spots on the profile below: 11 quarter, 10 quarter, even down here 7 quarter. And assume that people are trapped below these levels. So if they can't repair these levels, they're gonna have a tough time. And remember the pain trade. Something Ilias Feedback talked about the pain trade, which is basically the market wants to do. Maybe it was Ilya. I don't know where I heard somebody talk about it, but the market's gonna do what's least favorable to the most amount of people, right? And so if most people, and if you've watched YouTube at all this weekend, everyone is saying that the market's going to go down, right? Because Friday, because they don't use the fucking profile, even though everyone's starting to teach a profile course. Oh man, this is great. And so what happens with things like this, especially with asset managers undercapitalized, because a lot of people haven't been big believers in this move to the upside, meaning that they haven't been, allocating the right amount of money into the Nasdaq or into the S&P. The Dow's above that level that we were talking about. Nasdaq's moving higher as well. And so what that kind of tells us is, especially a lot of these asset managers are calling for, a 20% correction, and then that's when they're gonna, or more, a lot of them saying that that's when they're gonna buy the market. Well, if the market knows that and then just, does whatever it wants, because that's what the market does, then the market would move up against their positions. And then what can happen is, as it moves down, if it moves down, as it moves down, and this is bigger picture right now, I'm not just saying today, but as it moves down, you'll start to see people buy it and you'll get these pops, and then they'll get squeezed to the downside, and then you'll get sharp moves to the downside. They'll get bought and up, and they'll pop, and it'll do a little bit of that on the way down. Stair stepping on the way down is kind of an indication that larger money is trying to buy it, right? That's what causes those big pops, is people, bigger players buying into the market. I'm pretty much done for the day, so any questions or anything you guys want to go over, let me know, because I'm probably not going to be placing any more trades today. Start a Monday like this, you just need to press the. Morning, Tobias. Oh, good trading. Thank you. Thought it said good morning, my bad. Yeah, I got 2 lots long before the market opened from 4 and 450, and then added 2 more lots on 6 and 7. Took one off at 10, took one off at 15. I have 2 left now. Should have took one off at 20. Might take one off right here at 20.
Are there any speakers today?
Yeah, there's a bunch of speakers today. Let me see if there's any news about this. This is just the
Important ones?
Yeah, well, just a bunch of feds. I don't know if we call them important.
Second bot is into a put, so I'm inputs all the way around.
Yeah, all the chip makers are getting smacked. Micron's down 3%. Oh, it's over a ban. Chip makers down after China's Micron ban. Oh, it's China's banning Micron.
Now they're pumping.
I moved one stop up to 1775 here, and then the last one I'm just gonna let ride. Remember, we're looking for acceptance in this upper distribution. And because of how well defined the distribution is, we can kind of assume that, you know, it'll be pretty easy to determine acceptance or rejection, right? And especially with volume right below, right? You saw people try to offer right below this distribution, knowing that they're short from here, trying to protect their short position. So now everyone that was short in this upper distribution is break even, and so they're, you know, either looking to add or to cover, and then everyone that was short in this lower distribution from Friday is getting very, very nervous with their stop just above the high. And a break above the high would take us to, let's look at this. Zero DTE gamma is 40. 4240. There's some high gamma. 150. $93.25 is my alert up. I don't think that's gonna happen today, but like a fucking 100-point move, that'd be kind of wild. So this is the key level here, 1550. We can assume that there's people stuck here. Now you have to kind of see, are they going to cover or are they going to get back below it? Back below it would put us kind of back into limbo until it gets really back below this 10. You're seeing kind of that buyer's shut off pattern. Here we trade up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then basically give it all back in like 3 minutes. A little bit of selling there on that 14.5. See that cliff trying to form kind of right here. They're re-offering this level pretty heavy here. Here's that 13.25. You need to see some offers move down and get some down ticks here. They're trying. 472 lots. 512. They had a pretty decent offer come in right there. Another offer comes in 12. Decent offer there too. If we get back above this 1350, we might be able to add another lot here and look to take it back up to those 20s. Remember, we still get a weak spot down at 10 quarter or so. So if they can't get back below that, then we can assume they're to UK. Right?
AMD just pushed through its velo from Friday. The upside, I mean, sorry. If this gets too far up, I'm gonna close. I'll be closing these.
I added one more there on 1375. Now I have to cut it here. They're having trouble getting above this 15, it looks like. Up this 15, we should catch some short cover and back to the upside, back up to this like 20. See that offer comes in 14 quarter. Come on. Where's the buyers at? Dad, did you see that the A's are officially moving to Vegas? I just need one buyer here. That's it. Where's he at? Little selling on the 15.5. Just need a buyer here. You guys offer trying to move in 15 quarter again. Now, if you added there, I'd manage the risk here. This you really don't want to see this stay below 15. You want to see this kind of hold above 15. It's getting kind of weak. So if you added on that 1375 area, just in the weighted AD, try to make a low here. X holding above 0. There's a nice buy signal there. 6 popping. Nasdaq's on the fucking tip top, but the Dow's smacking the low. So we got inverse relation once again. The Nasdaq's above Friday's high. They may try to push this thing down to 10 quarter to just, or that, what's the sweet spot here? Yeah, 10 quarter. Try to fill that in. What I'm assuming is happening here is like that everybody that's short from here is really trying to, and short from here, is really trying to kind of push this thing lower to get it back into this lower distribution. And it's tough for buyers to just head out and buy naturally because there's just kind of like an overwhelming like fear, I guess you could call it, of the whole debt crisis crap.
There's also the looming belief that this thing is going to drop, that it isn't going to hold.
Well, yeah, that's what everyone theory is that the market's going to go down. Like I was reading, some hedge fund managers are saying like 30%, 20-30%. They think that's where they're going to buy at, 20 to 30% below the current market. And that would be 30% below, let's just call it today's, or today's, let's go from today's open. 30%. %, would be like 2,900, and 20% would be like 3,346. So they think the market's going to make a new low, which would be a completely different tale. I don't know why they'd be buying into. At least I think it would be stupid, but I'm not a fucking hedge fund manager, so. What's the dollar doing today? Dollar's basically unchanged. Yeah, that means they're going to take profit at 54.61. That's exactly how I look at stuff, Avi. Like they're like, yeah, the market's going to come down 30%. We shouldn't buy it because we need you to sell it. We can buy it.
AMD pushed through value from Friday. NVIDIA is getting ready to pop value high from Friday.
Yeah, it's real telling, Roach, that like every day you get like big, I don't know if we call them big, but like people with a lot of followers. I don't know if you would call them traders or just, I don't know what you'd call them, but people that have a lot of attention. Like last week, they're like, the market's going to the fucking moon, and then on Friday, they're like, it's gonna crash. And because because of the market moved down a little bit on Friday, so it's like, I feel like that meme. You sure about that? I feel like they're always calling for whatever the market's doing today. They're like, oh yeah, that's it. It's gonna crash. We're getting a full rejection here. Now look to see if there's acceptance in this lower distribution. You'd have to see some volume kind of move back in and try to push this thing back below the open. Max pain is 40. 118. Yeah, so it always, yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. Like, the market will do what's most painful for the most people. And so right now, if you've got a bunch of asset managers undercapitalized, then we can almost kind of assume that the market should continue to the upside based off of just the fear of the market going up because of FOMO, right? The fear of missing out. And according to the COT report, right, they added 22,000 to the long side. So they also hedged with a small short position, but yeah, I'm not sure what max pain is. I hear people talk about it on crypto all the time. I'm not sure what it is.
Time for a meeting. I'll let you guys know what the bot does.
All right. Max pain for the SPX is 41.25. E period's opening up. Does it say how it's calculated? How do they calculate max pain? Let me look it up. Price and the strike price, multiply their just at that strike. Back below the open now, so rejection of that upper distribution here. Back above the open again. Remember, seller's target here is going to be this low, 41.91.5. They keep below 750. That's where that offer came in. Yeah. They really need to keep below this open, to be honest. Like, that's where they below the settle. Offer's still trying to move down here. And you keep seeing what looks like people rolling their costs lower here. 4,200 coming up. This is that flip zone that we talked about this morning here. This 42.0. Hello, can I zoom out? What the fuck's going on here? 42.01 quarter to the 96. Below that 96, I mean, you still got the previous day's low and the 86, the Globex low, but kind of becomes a flip zone if we get below that and start to hold. start to look a little bit more bearish, and now you're starting to see the rest of these sector boxes agree with the weighted AD, tick holding below 0. So pretty decent change in tone. Breadth is still pretty neutral for now. Nasdaq's coming down pretty sharply, and the Dow's just continuing its move lower here. Oof. A large explosion near the Pentagon complex in Washington, D.C. That could be a little news event there.
Didn't really sell though like it would be from that news. You know what I mean? Like it sold hard, but you'd think if there was an explosion at the Pentagon, it would just go down.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, 9/11, when it happened, the
They just
market crashed.
Oh no, yeah, that's what I mean. It would crash faster. Like it wouldn't just leak down.
Oh, yeah. Like it would be like a fucking 100-point drop. Yeah.
Yeah, like a quickie. You know what I mean? I mean, who knows? Maybe the speakers. Is somebody speaking right now?
Not sure.
Maybe
Well,
they
I mean,
said
there's
something
people
stupid.
speaking all morning.
Yeah. They might have said something stupid and start leaking.
Pretty big response there. Let's see if they get back above the open or not. That's really going to be kind of the key here. Nasdaq didn't make it below its open, I don't think. Where's the open? Yeah, Nasdaq didn't make it below its open. The Dow's kind of recovering here, coming back to its opening range low. Back inside its A period. Nasdaq's back above the Globex high. Dow's at the Globex low. The Dow traded a couple of ticks below the T2 low and then has bounced back to value here. So let's see the response here. little battle at the open here. You see some offers try to move in, get bought up. There's that 7 that Roach was talking about. Morning, Stack. You still got a weak spot here, like above us at like 10, 11. So that's where the sellers don't want to give that spot up. 10, 11, you probably see a bit of short covering come up, and then the offer was back up at 14, 15. Yeah. Yeah, watch this 10 level. 10's going to be key here. Still holding off this 7 level, Roach. Pretty decent. You see that reoffer there, 775.
Yeah. Seems like there's a buyer lurking down here though, around 676.
Right at the VWAP, looks
But,
like.
yeah, right around there. So he keeps popping it up. He could just be covering short though from that big drop.
Nasdaq is looking pretty.
I think it was a
decent.
news drop, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You should see the fill I have. It's fucking.
Yeah, AMD is kind of definitely pushing its high.
Yeah. So basically, like
It's
staying above. Sorry. Go ahead.
no worries. No, I was just gonna say Nvidia's kind of not as strong, but still higher.
Yeah, Tobias. So like staying above or below the open just indicates a little bit of strength, right? Because it's like, is the board green or is the board red? And so like, depending upon what team you're playing for, if you're on the red team, then you're looking good. If you're on the green team, well, if you're on the green team right now, you're looking good. If you're on the red team, you're a couple points away from being green. So you want to do what you can to score some baskets, right? Not be like the fucking Celtics last night. They played like fucking hot garbage. So here's the 10, right? If they don't reoffer this 10, we should get a pop, and the pop should take us straight to 15. I think.
465 bought it, but didn't go up.
Yeah. Right here on this 10. Another 280.
Yeah.
You can see they're getting kind of jammed up right here. All right, make or break time. See another 1,000 buy that 10 there. Still trying to offer it. Buyer's getting jammed up there, it looks like. And Stack still holding okay. Nvidia's making a new high. Microsoft's trying to come back up. Apple's still just hanging out. I just got stopped out, motherfucker. It's probably gonna go up now.
Hey, watch that 6 again, see if they could hold that. Seems like that's what they were trying to hold.
Yeah.
Same as early this morning.
Yeah, like 6 and 7, yeah.
Healthcare flipped back to red.
Yeah, I got one off.
Yep.
Now it's coming back to green. Or at least it's at 0 right now. Healthcare. I mean, Nvidia finally broke its daily high. Broke the Globex high. Or the overnight high, I guess I should say. What do they call it, Globex for Nvidia?
Pre-market.
Pre-market. Pre-market high.
Yeah, for stocks, because they don't trade all night, they call it like pre-market and aftermarket.
Oh,
Also.
got it. Got it.
I don't think I'll buy it again.
Yeah, I don't think
It comes
so.
back.
I think we should pop now though. But it shouldn't
I'm all out.
yeah, they shouldn't bring it back
I
down,
took
is
it.
what you're saying.
Yeah, I put my second stop just below that 10, and it came wipes me out. Actually, got 2 ticks of slippage.
Counts are high. Lots of counts. 120 to 18. But with the way that it's been moving, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's definitive to the upside. Just lots of trading. I mean, high volume. Three minutes till new period.
These are the fills I was talking about.
Seconds. Oh, it already popped 10, so it doesn't look like it's gonna go back down. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon.
Well, it's a real thin spot right here, so you got like kind of a lot of people fighting this upper distribution, or this like to get out of this lower distribution into the upper distribution. But to reclaim it needs to get up to 50. I was just playing against that low and those Brad prints. Eventually Jim Dalton's gonna fucking add those to his book.
I have no doubt. He just doesn't know. He just doesn't know it yet.
He knows it. I sent him an email.
He better get on it. What's he waiting for?
I asked him about it. It's just he said that it's not really something that he pays attention to, because he doesn't really track order flow. He's really just paying attention to value. So he just kind of looks at it as a weak spot in the profile, not really like he doesn't. You don't really hear Jim talk about like intraday trapped traders, because he just trades a little bit different than we do here, because he's mostly trading options. What are they doing on this 10 here? Looks like a seller is just really trying to hold this thing down in this lower distribution to fill everything he can until he takes it up. It's kind of what it looked like on Friday, though, too, right? It looked like someone was trying to hold it lower, and then, I mean, I feel like they got filled out everything that they could. We got one more check to see if the buyer was still there. The buyer was still there, and
Nasdaq is dropping a little bit. Oh, I guess it was. Looked like it was.
yeah, it's back to its VWAP. I'm surprised Meta's doing so well. They're up 2.5%. I think everyone was probably piling in short there and got squeezed.
If this thing doesn't take a little bit more off the Nasdaq, if we don't get back below the VWAP, I'm gonna dump. It's not doing crazy bad, but it's about, I don't know, 15% down. 18% down, something like that. Overall, I don't feel like watching it go all the way. It's not looking strong, or it's not looking like it wants to come back down yet.
I'll be right back.
That means Brad put down a big trade and has to walk away.
Probably. AMD is finally starting to dip just a little bit. Not a lot yet, though. Let's see if it holds. Starting to see a little bit more weakness in the NASDAQ. Not that it looks weak by any means, but just not as strong. NVIDIA rejected back into value area from Friday. NASDAQ is still trying to bounce. Health sector is right on the verge of going red. Well, it was, but it's a little recovered just a hair. NVIDIA is right at POC from Friday. I guess it rejected, it bounced off of it. NASDAQ is at its VWAP. A little bit of a bounce. Health sector finally turned red. IT sector is dipping. It's lower, but it's not red. It's actually pretty healthy right now. Microsoft's still holding, and Apple's coming down just a little bit. Microsoft's moving up. Apple kind of still the same thing. Getting close to 4,200. Holy cow.
All right. What we got going on here? So mechanical high and mechanical low here. See if they take this C low. We've got a very wide initial balance too today. Failure to take this C low would kind of put us at a point where we're seeing short-term traders hold here around that 10-11 area, right? And then if they fail to take this low, we've got short-term buyers kind of holding this 0102 level there.
So far, it's kind of hard to call whether we're looking for downside or upside. Pretty weak on both sides is what it looks like. Health is looking more, health sector is looking a little bit more negative. Apple's still coming down a little bit more than it was. Microsoft is coming off of its high, but not a lot. Nasdaq's coming up on its VWAP to the downside. A little bit of a bounce at VWAP. Nasdaq.
To clean up that kind of mechanical low right there.
Nope. And then it pushed right back through the VWAP, and now as Nasdaq is down below the VWAP. Microsoft is coming down still. Apple is still going down.
Nvidia's making a
sector's
turn
losing
lower
ground.
as well.
Yeah. Nvidia just moved through its V or POC from Friday. It's about halfway into the value area from Friday. AMD, yeah, AMD is still pretty high up above its.
Take a
its
peek at the
value area.
internals here for the rest of the market. So we've got here you have the Nasdaq advanced decline. So you get that initial move up, small pullback, big move up to the high, pullback here, and then we're making a lower low. So we've made a high, lower high, not quite a lower low yet, right? Kind of still balancing above zero. So that's going to be the key. If Nasdaq makes a lower low, the rest of the market should follow suit. You see the Dow here made that high and then made a low, and is now trading back at that same low. The S&P, big move up, big move down, lower high, and we're kind of yet to see if we're going to make a lower low. But we're watching these zero levels here on these advanced declines to see if they're going to keep moving up. And on our weighted AD here, right, we kind of get that big move up early, followed by a big push down, a little rebound, but that doesn't go positive, and now we're kind of making lower lows. So we want to pay attention to see if it's going to make a lower low here. Gold is still sitting above zero, but not really going anywhere. It made a higher high, and we'll see if it makes a lower low. See, the VIX popped up, but then came basically right back to where it was at. And then you've got Apple basically trading below Friday's low. You've got Nvidia here trading inside Friday's value, basically at the value area high from Friday. And then Microsoft is actually looking pretty strong.
Healthcare right on the cusp of red. It dipped red, but not a whole lot. And then Nasdaq actually bounced back to VWAP, and then still struggling. A little bit of a bounce again.
And again, with this low here, today's low at least, unless they get, I mean, you're talking about 2 ticks, right? That's, to me, that's not a cessation of one time framing. I mean, you could call it a cessation of one time framing, but to me, it's just a weak low. And that weak low showing that sellers don't have the gusto to kind of push the market lower. They still have the Globex low naturally, but you'd like to see, you know, more move past Friday's low if there's a seller present, if there's a responsive seller present, and we just haven't seen that yet. And now it's kind of looking like we're just developing value in this area, and for the most part, to me, it's looking like, you know, here's value from Friday. So far, here's value from today. Right, value's developing higher. Not that we can't go lower. I'm not saying like abandon the downside. I'm just saying just be careful, you know, as we get lower to just kind of force a short, like to look for that breakout like we got earlier in B period, because I think that move down was a little bit news driven.
Microsoft's coming down a bit, just a little. Apple as well. Nasdaq pushing deeper below its VWAP. Oh, and then bounced right back to his VWAP.
And Nasdaq's still above the Globex high. Dow's below Friday's low and Globex.
Nasdaq had a bit decent bounce. Oh, and it's continuing.
Thirty-year mortgage rates are approaching 7% again.
Microsoft is back up where it was. Not quite to their full level, but it's definitely above where it was a
Guys,
little bit earlier.
The longer we stay above this 4201, I mean, you got kind of a mechanical low here on C too, trading right off the last. But the longer we stay above that 4201, the better the odds are increased. Of course, the open naturally right that 42.5, but the odds are kind of increased to continue the balance. And if we start to leave this mechanical low, well, we're about to get a new period here. We start to leave a mechanical low or mechanical high, it kind of sets you in position to know short time frame traders are in control, especially since we're trading inside the initial balance, and it would take a larger trader to come in to break that initial balance and get continuation to either direction. Offer tries to come in there and gets ran over.
Nasdaq is bouncing.
Dow's bouncing as well. Back at the VWAP. Hey, good morning, Steve. See if they can pop the 10 this time, 10, 11 ish area. This 10 is the level that market had trouble with last time. Got a little bit of pop over it to like that 11.5 and then got stuck again. Not really a ton of, I mean, you see these offers more like a liquidation than anything last time we were up here. Morning, Patrick. So we're coming back into a spot where short time frame traders have held, right, B and C, and then you see a little bit of sequencing. The C low is pretty mechanical, D low pretty mechanical. You're getting back to that spot here where it's going to take initiative buyers to move the market higher from here. You see kind of a reoffer right there from 11.5. I'll look to see if there's a rebid here at 10. Rebid at 10 could be what they need to make it move up. They couldn't even get to 10 there. No rebid on the 10 yet. What's this? So unable to get it there. Another mechanical high here. So now we pay attention to this D low, right? D low is a mechanical low. If the short time frame traders are able to push it below the D low, then you start looking at the C low, right? And then you kind of just assume that these mechanical short time frame traders are playing ping pong with each other until one of them decides to give up or to flip. Right now we assume that the short time frame buyers are in control, even though we have a rotation factor of 0. But you can kind of assume that because the point of control is above the open. So more volume coming in above the open. And that even kind of looks like the, yeah, it's close to the Globex high there. Fed's Daily said it's prudent to refrain from commenting on Fed policy action. We get the Fed minutes this week, Wednesday. I won't be here with you guys, but I'll make sure the screen's shared and everything, but I just won't be offering my comments. Fed's Daily declines to say what Fed should do at the June meeting. Imagine that. Imagine being a fucking, well, I guess it's a Fed, so they don't necessarily work for the public, but oh, you won't be here Wednesday either? It's not supposed to rain for like 2 weeks. Well, it's supposed to be really nice for like the next 2 weeks for us, so. But imagine being an elected official and just being like, yeah, I don't want to answer. Like, hello, you work for the people. Fucking answer the question, bitch. It's crazy. Back to 10 here. Look to see if they bid this thing. Starting to see some decent bids come in. Offer trying to come in at 11. So that mechanical high holds. That's the second test of that mechanical high now in during D period. We're gonna get a third time's a charm here. Not really seen a strong bid come in on the 10 yet. Let's see to get this thing high. Apple's catching a bid. Not quite breaking its high of day, but it is trying to hold higher. Microsoft has since pulled back. The S&P weighted AD is above 0. Dow's sitting about -8. Moved a little bit higher as well. Gold is basically sitting at the high. Weighted AD just getting held down here. Financials, consumer discretionary, and industrial. $10 until the next period opens up, the dreaded E period. Fed's daily says tighter credit conditions could be akin to 1 or 2 rate hikes. Akin mean Akin, AKIN. I never heard that one. Of similar nature or character. Yeah, it looks like above 10, the market's just kind of running out of buyers. You see like some absorption on 10 for the most part, and then just nobody buying above that really. Yeah, it's definitely a battle here for sure. On the top of these three bars, like B periods, top has 57 on the offer, E has 10 on the offer, D has 47 on the offer. So they need basically just need a bid above 12 or a bid at 12 to mark it up. And it's basically, I mean, you just see like, kind of some absorption from this lower distribution, people trying to hold the market down. It's kind of what I think like this the same thing that happened on Friday. They're trying to hold the market lower to buy it, is what it kind of feels like to me at least. I don't know. I don't have a position on, so if I did, it would be, like I said, I'm not really looking for any shorts until the market gets below 86. So you're trying to get that bid up there. You got 466 on the bid, 188 on the offer, and it gets down ticked there. Now you're seeing some buyers step up, get kind of stuck here. Look, 103 trades 11.5, and then 202 11.25. You can see the aggression here from the buyers. Almost 1,000 more lots traded at 11.25 on the buy side. Offer keeps moving down there. See what they got. Again, it's E period. So if we imagine that overnight inventory was short, then E period should take us higher, I feel like. What do we feel about this 950 here? Look is up with Google's picture today. It's the dumbest fucking picture I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah, if you just type in Google. Well, of course they are, but it's just like it's just like they have like Native Americans and like then obviously like new homes and then like a settler with like a gay pride flag. Like I don't it doesn't even like just the picture doesn't make any sense. It's like all over the place. It's crazy. Could get short covering here. I feel like E period like London's closing now, so if London was net short, which most of the volume came in settle in below, then should get the rest of the people that are not unlocked cover, but oh yeah, it does. Yeah, that's what we should have seen. That was an expected move. Well, you'd want to you would want to see it stay above the overnight high just to get these shorts that are stuck in this lower distribution to start covering, which would push the market up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because that puts us above this distribution, the lower distribution from Friday as well. So the longer we stay above the 10, the better the odds are that we trade back up into this upper distribution and fix this poor high Friday. I'm gonna have to sacrifice some time here soon too because I gotta start. I decided to compete again. Which talked. No. In well, that's gonna be next year, but yeah. But well, actually, yeah, it'll be like mixed martial arts. But yeah, so I'm gonna do a tournament on the 24th of next month. 24th. Yeah, the 24th of next month. Curtis is gonna compete too in the kids division. Oh, I mean, I'm not anything special these days, so I gotta get my cardio game back to where it needs to be at. I think if we get down to the 6, we can buy that 6. That's the D open basically. As long as it, and then you can basically just toss it under the A low or stop, and as long as it holds above that A low, you should be straight. I'll be right back. Get some water. Yeah, it did exactly what we thought. Well, it held the A low, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess it tabbed the open, yeah, and bounced, yeah. Yeah, it did exactly what we needed it. Now we just need to get a bit above 10 and then short covering, and then 15 was kind of a resistance spot earlier. Yeah, that'd be a good spot to add. Yeah. Yeah, and then just target the 15 and then target the high, I think, 25.75. What I would do is, well, what I will do is if we break above this 10, I want to see it like get above this BD high here and see if a bid starts to show up above that like 11 area. So like I wouldn't just have one just to add here because it may just go up and back down. I would look for it to come back, yeah, and then try to get it on the pullback, because if you don't get it, if you don't get the ad on the pullback, then that's fine, right? Just try to ride it up. Nothing wrong with that, but yeah, I mean, we broke this mechanical high, set another mechanical high here. We broke this mechanical low and set another mechanical low. So you're still just seeing short time frame traders really just kind of duking it out here. And daily, when's daily on? I think there's a Fed on right now, but I think the next one's not till like this afternoon. Daily says Fed forecasts only as good as the day they are printed. How fucking how non-committal is that? Just like, oh, only trust me today. Whatever I say today goes, but don't think about what I said today tomorrow. Oh, is that it? Well, it looks like sellers are getting stuck here at this 8.5. Me. There's just not. I mean, the book is just thin. There's just not a lot of people out today. It doesn't seem like. Wide. Well, that's kind of telling, right? It's like we got to check into the upper balance rejection, a check below the lower, well, upper distribution, excuse me, and a check below the lower distribution rejection, and now we're just trading kind of back in the middle, repairing structure, right? Because we can assume that all these single prints are weak structure, and so it would make sense to kind of balance in them to repair that area. Yeah, Nasdaq actually looking a little bit more bearish. Microsoft's coming down pretty decent here. Yeah, looks like it. I'd like to see him tap this 11 one time and then not go any lower. Doesn't look like they're gonna get. Buyers stuck there on 12.5. I'd like to see this bid at 11. Maybe stepping up. Right here. Watch to see if a bid pops in. If a bid pops in, could probably have.
One more minute till another bar opens. Well, two.
Large speculators and hedge funds have boosted net short S&P 500 futures positions even more, surpassing 2011 extreme and moving to 2007 territory.
So is that good or bad?
That sounds bearish.
Well, it's just that like hedge funds, like gamblers, are short the market. But remember how like this is what we got to think about is like large money. They don't play today, tomorrow, the next day. They're building this large position, kind of hoping that the market goes down, right? And then they've got to pay the margin to hold the position. So it's basically if it doesn't go down within the amount of time that they have a position or have the money to continue to pay margin on the position, then they'll be forced to cover it. And so in this case, if the market doesn't go down over however long they have, which is an
It's going to cause a lot of short covering.
exactly fuckload, like a lot.
Brad's like, that's my time to shine.
I mean, it's just like not that it can't go down. I mean, it definitely can, but the thing is like I feel like everyone's had this bearish bet on since COVID. I mean, like if we look at where's the COT report? Let me pull up a bar chart.
It's holding that 10 like you were talking about, Brad.
Yeah, it's looking good. If we look at this, let's get a little bit more time here. 5 years. We can basically see like you have right, here's commercials. We're looking at the green line here and the blue line, right? Try to ignore the red line. I don't know if we could turn this off or not.
So the green one and the blue.
Yeah. And so here's COVID low, right?
Uh-huh.
And look at this blue line the whole time, all the way up, all the way up. It's negative, 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 negative. It goes positive a little bit because you get this squeeze, right? So they're kind of forced to buy positions back. Then look when it goes negative. The market's already dropped pretty significantly off the high. They start shorting into this rally. The market comes down. They don't really cover. The market continues to trade sideways and they continue to stay short. So they've really only been positive. If we find the zero here, we could zoom in on this chart. Gotta be a
Press alternate plus.
Oh, I don't want. I wanted to like zoom in on time, not the screen.
Oh, I see. Got it.
I'm just trying to find. I mean, it's close to here, right? I mean, this is negative 6,000. Hard to. Oh, here we go. Here's okay. We'll call this 1,300. Okay, so look at the blue line since COVID low, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's that big dip back there where it says January 20, and then there's a dip after that. The blue line is below that the entire time. So that's speculators, hedge funds, they're short. They've been short for the most part, net short the entire time. And they've been wrong as fuck the entire time, right? Because the market rallied, you know, like, I mean, just look at the chart, right?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Yeah. And then you've got the green line, which is commercials, and they've been long, right? Where did they start to get short at, or where did they start selling at? On the way up. So they started selling on the way up. And where did they start buying again? Right
On
here
the
on the
low.
low. I mean, and then we've just been kind of increasing slowly, you know, so it's like I'm inclined to side with smart money. And not fight them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense to fight them. Like, you know, if we start to see, you know, and here, let me try it again. If we look at the financial TFF, so like, somebody's
There's
echoing.
an echo. Good on. Dom,
Wait, what happened? What'd I do?
you're echoing. You're causing an echo.
And so if we look at asset managers, right, they're at a 52-week high net, and that's the detailed report. If we look at the summary report, but they're the longest they've been in 52 weeks, right? So it feels like they're kind of expecting the market to go higher.
Apple's coming down.
Now remember, this is as of last Tuesday, so the market has gone much higher since last Tuesday, right? So we'll see, you know, next week kind of what it is. It's not really going to help us because we've got the Fed minutes on Wednesday. So unless we get a big nothing burger, then the market won't be in this range. It'll be either higher or lower. But when we look at this, and then you look at leveraged funds, and you've got Dow futures, leveraged funds are at a 52-week low, right? So they're as short as they've been in the Dow in the last 52 weeks. And if we pop up the Dow chart, give me the chart.
So does that mean they haven't like really gone nowhere from the precision, like movement wise?
Well, I mean,
Because
so if we look at the chart here, and you got leverage funds being the blue line, and so they're the shortest they've been. So they're more short than they were at the COVID low. So the Dow hasn't rallied as much as like the S&P or the Nasdaq, which it doesn't typically, because it's a lot more value than growth. And then you've got asset managers, right? Or that's dealers, but you've got asset managers kind of just sitting pretty flat in there. It's just kind of telling that somebody or a group of people is placing a fairly big bet on the market to trade lower. And so if it doesn't, that's kind of like, I mean, it just kind of tells
They're
us
trying
like,
to break the 10 right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, just so you know, Apple's come down pretty, not, well, it's come down pretty far. And I don't know if it's down lower than what it was earlier, but it's definitely come down a bit.
Well, that kind of puts it as a boo as week high.
but yeah. So, well, I mean, it's kind of a toss.
What if we? Do you
It's
think
looked
they'll
like this
backfill?
for a while. Looks like they're holding.
Because they already
What
broke
happened?
those. Oh shit! Something went down.
Oh, this is interesting. Investors rushing into stocks are wandering into a bull trap, warns Morgan Stanley, Mike Wilson, and others.
Well, that's usually what they do before they send the joint up, don't they? Just to build more liquidity and
Yeah,
shit.
I don't
I
know.
mean, that's what I thought the whole move of Bitcoin from 16 to 24 was. They fucking shot that bitch up and then dropped that bitch right back to 18. And slowly but surely it started making its way up. But so many people got trapped on those shits boosting its bull run when they thought they saw it at 24. Of course, it's higher right now, but it's definitely gonna take some time for it to go back up.
You back, Brad?
Thinking about
Yeah. Sorry.
there's something with this kid.
All right, Stack. Have a good day, bro.
They
Bostic
barely
says,
broke that 10, but they're still holding it on the bar chart. It gets bought 3 times in a
yeah,
row, kind of in the same spot.
we're still getting these mechanical highs and lows, so it's just kind of you're just in like a holding pattern, really.
I was kind of hoping they were gonna backfill and like stop at like a previous day high or something, so I could add another contract. But I'm gonna just chillax and wait.
Bostic said AI technology could be helpful to bank supervision. Oh, nice. All right, I'll be right back. Somebody's here.
Hey Stacy, I'm gonna go get my protein shake. If this shit drops under 10, at me on Discord.
All right. Right at 10. Not a lot of room left.
I'm back.
It did. It hit 10. It got like it actually tapped it.
You're
That's all.
getting ready to add me.
Yeah, I was kidding. I had it just sitting there. I had it all written out, just waiting for it to dip. But it never made it. It tapped it, but it never got
It's a
below it.
big ass seller on 12. Even when Brad was explaining those charts to us, and I looked to the right, like that shit was moving like crazy. Like it kept bouncing from 11 to 12, 11, 12, but like hella fast. But yeah, it's a pretty decent sized seller on 12. Damn buyers are gonna fold like this.
This thing is struggling. The whole market is struggling.
Yeah, today's been a fucking very slow day.
Got down to what? Or 10 quarter. It got all the way to 10 quarter in this candle, in this 1 minute
The
candle.
only thing that has me still stuck on this trade is how F opened high in price exactly. It opened exactly where we've been trying to test all day too. That's probably why it's been taking forever. But it still has yet to like even touch any mechanical levels like that previous day half back. So I mean it's really not gone anywhere. 3 ticks down, 3 ticks up. And
It
half
broke
back is
low.
right on top.
It's below
What
10.
the fuck? Actually, no, I wanted this. My plan was for them to hold that previous day. I want them to hold that the previous day, halfback, but they're looking like they're coming to slam that shit.
Yeah, the Nasdaq lower highs. It hasn't quite made lower lows yet, but it's made lower highs. No, it hasn't really reached the level where I would tell, so I'm still just holding in this holding pattern, waiting for it to start showing promise in one direction or the other.
Yeah, true. I'm wondering if I want to close this out and reassess my entry. But no, what the fuck? Why would I want to do that? 6 is still good.
Where were you saying that you thought it was gonna get too dumb?
Like if we break,
Yeah.
um,
No,
if
not
we
if it breaks, but but you said that it held at the
at the previous day halfback, I was gonna add another contract at the previous day halfback. I'm
six. Is that
still long at 06. I've been long at
okay?
06 since D. So, but yeah, I wanted to put two contracts back then, but then I bitched out when it first hit that open, like right at it. So I just left it to
Mhm.
one, but it still worked out. But I mean, uh, fucking for some reason, I don't know. Maybe I don't think this day is gonna be like nothing crazy, like oh we're gonna break or some shit. I feel like we're still gonna stay initial balance. So if anything, I'm still looking at the upside just because like the way the TPO is forming and
Mhm.
sellers are being aggressive as fuck right now and still not going nowhere. So I'm hoping to see us hit the 16. Hopefully, if we get stopped out like before E again, I'm gonna just close it out. The only thing that really had me like bullish on this trade was how F opened on the parts that we tested, but yet we are going down, but it barely broke B and D by one tick, which has me like that's the only thing that has me tripping. Back down here again. Yo, Stacy, you think this is absorption, but on the seller side? Because even on the bar chart, we're still one time framing down.
So here's the deal. In my opinion, I mean, I can only base it on what I'm seeing as far as the data. I don't
Mm-hmm.
see this. I mean, I'm not saying that there's not a potential to stay where we are, but I just am not seeing the strength to the upside from
Yeah,
what
no,
I'm
you're right. I'm looking at this
because
bar chart and it's still one time
I'm
framing
just
down.
so I can't say definitively that it's going to go down. I will say it feels like it is trying very, very hard to go down, but whether or not it'll make it is another story. But
Yeah, that's
I will
okay.
say on the reverse side of that, I will say I don't feel like it's going to go up.
Okay. No, I definitely see that. I was just looking at the bar chart and I was like, damn, that's not looking strong at all.
Because it's just behaving. I mean, I'm looking at the tick, which is negative 362. It's basically for the past, I don't know, 10 minutes, it's been below zero. The weighted is actually starting now. I mean, it was headed up, but it you can see. So you can see if you look at it, you can see that there was movement up, and then it had a couple down ticks, and movement up, and then a couple down ticks, and then one
Well, we'll
single
know
full
right
green
now if
candle,
this
and
is
then
about to
three
be
of
a
them
spill.
down. So it's like this is definitely a battle area. But yeah, it just doesn't seem strong to me to the upside, and I don't know. I'm not saying it's going to break
No,
down,
that was fair enough. That was fair enough. Like we're back to the open. This is where we either
but
fucking break this shit and catch a downside or we hold it again.
the fact that we've been making lower highs in NASDAQ, I don't know in ES. Actually, I could look at the ES really quick.
But like the only X's that has me is like the B and the C. Other than that,
See,
since then,
NASDAQ doesn't look as weak. NASDAQ is not is making higher lows. It's basically even on all of its ups and downs, even or a little bit better. But again, I don't know. It's really close to where it was at its low from earlier,
yeah,
but it would need to get below 4,200 for me to say definitively that it's going to go down. It just doesn't look. It just doesn't look strong. I mean, it doesn't look strong at all. But
yeah, true.
I can tell you that NASDAQ is making lower highs. and I won't say that it's making higher. Well, it's made higher lows. Yeah, it's made higher lows thus far, but it's looking weak.
They
I don't know.
responded again to the A open, held A open. Damn it, I knew it. Fuck, bro. I mean, the whole market has been held above A since the, like, you know, even like C open. No, you can say C open went down.
Time for a meeting. Be back in a bit.
See you in a bit, Stacy.
Doesn't look like I missed anything, huh?
No, the 10 ended up not holding and she fell. They held the open again, but sellers have been really aggressive, so I personally think they're gonna try to at least go for it this time.
Dom, did you close your long?
Yeah, I closed my long. I took I was up 5 points. I ended up taking three. As soon as I was about to break 10, I said I'm good and close that shit out. Which I guess I could have added another one, but wouldn't my it's because F opened right where B and D and where all that cluster was going where they were trying to break, and they had their push but it wasn't good enough, and then the 10 was supposed to, well, the plan was for it to hold and then it didn't hold, so I just saw that weak, so I was trying to hold up on the long game real quick to see what really happened, because the structure is just getting shorter and shorter, like from even like D is only one tick, F is only one tick longer than F, and then we're still in E. Actually, I should have looked at that. Fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad close. Because you were looking for the breakout, didn't get it, so take it off.
Yeah. And it's been really tight today, so who knows where we're gonna go. So I might as well just take my points and be happy.
Right.
Hmm. And just the breadth too, like on the bar chart, like the breadth has been looking like, it's kind of like a one tick framing down. Of course, we're finding buyers on the way down and they're trying to push it up, but overall in price, we're still ticking down on price.
Yeah, we kind of keep failing and then come down low, fail low, move up, fail
Uh-huh.
high. Definitely getting some con- what do you call it? Like constriction or coiling.
So how far are you gonna break G? Are you gonna take this open or not? Alright, nope. There's a buyer there for sure. Oh yeah, there's a whole lot of buy bars right there.
Like some sellers got stuck there, couldn't
Mm-hmm.
break the open.
Brad, those sellers got trapped at 06, right? Like at the bottom of G, kind of like at the halfback.
Yeah, like 575 6. Yeah. And you saw an offer come in, but now a bid's kind of running it over here at the 8, trying to at least.
Yeah, that's where it's been getting sold off all the way. Do you find
This-
it mechanical that it's getting sold off at the previous day halfback?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, today just like a very mechanical day.
And there's so many like the previous day settle, the open, the halfback, the previous day halfback, the T2 settle, the T2 high. There's so many things in here.
Yeah, there's a lot of references.
But that just means it's been trading within value, like within the past couple days, right?
Well, today is kind of a balancing day from the previous day, but we were kind of just moving higher for the
Oh
most
yeah,
part.
we were. Oh damn.
Yeah. And then now we're kind of balancing, but we're balancing with value overlapping to higher. So, it's still buyers seem to be in control. And even this E period here, you get the E period to take the low, takes it by a couple ticks, and then takes the high by a couple ticks. So you get an outside bar that doesn't find any
Balance or
any sellers below the D low or any buyers above the D high, and then leaves mechanical reference on both sides.
All right, sellers back at it again. What are you gonna do?
Where was the offer
Pretty slice.
below? The 2, basically.
See if they unlock these sellers real quick. See what happens after. The only thing that has me on the downside right now is just the way in how G opened a little bit lower in price, and that 08 is holding really strong. We've tested that like at least 4 or 5 times.
And you're starting to see volume kind of stack there, and a little gap above showing that we've got some trapped inventory above that G now. So it looks like people, most likely tried to pile in around that 10. Got kind of
Yeah,
stuck
that 10
there.
was it was a good level. Well, I mean, for back then, it was holding pretty good.
But you've got to assume, right, since we're still balancing for this last hour and a half, almost 2 hours now,
Uh-huh.
that these buyers that are long above 10 are still holding with their stops probably below the 4.
Yeah, on the below the open. So if we
Mhm.
break that open, we're catching a huge drop most likely.
I don't know about a huge drop, but we should catch a stop run, yeah. And it'll just it'll just depend if these same mechanical sellers get the momentum to sell below the 202. And if they don't, and we pop back up into that like DF range, then probably end up going back
Well, since
towards
it's
the
a
10.
mechanical level, I should have looked at it as the previous, well, a mechanical day. I should have looked at it as probably the next stop would have been the previous day settle if we broke the open.
The settle from yesterday is 475, so it's like one tick above the open. But they would be trying to trade maybe down to the last because that's the next mechanical
Oh,
reference below that C low.
that's weird. My previous day settle was on 4201. Is it probably because I'm trading the ES, I'm assuming?
I'm trading the ES as well.
No. I'm trading the MES. You're trading the ES.
No, it should be the same. I get my settle from the website, from the CME website.
Oh, okay. Mine's probably from like the SEER chart thing.
Yeah, yours might just be from Sierra Chart.
Damn. So they create a weak low and it gets bought back. We've been getting bought back from here since D.
Apple's starting to come down again. Microsoft is down a little, but not. Oh, I guess. Well, yeah, it's down. It's down a bit.
That's $2 off its high.
Yeah. Nasdaq is now below its VWAP and hasn't broken above it in 15 minutes.
If D,
Oh,
if D,
oh,
F,
yeah.
and G have been held at the same spot, does that mean like could we assume there's a buyer there?
It's hard to tell, really. I mean, with that, the way that E acted, it does seem like it was a buyer.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what I'm assuming. And then we kind of get like this poor or weak look with this GF period, kind of assuming that no one's really willing to sell it. So it seems like, people are taking chances selling up at like the 11, 12. And then once that holds, then they come in heavy around the 10. And then as it gets down here, they start to cover around like the 6, 7 area. So real tight. I mean, just real tight, right?
Just want to break so we can go find a new meaning and then make our way back into value and then catch a trade like that. With this tight ass structure, I ain't catching no longer than a 3-point trade.
Nothing wrong with that though.
Oh yeah, nothing wrong. I mean that is that's one thing I need to change because like my whole goal is to eventually even if I had the chance to trap the 50, even 3 or 4 points a day would do very, very great for me at my age. So, but I'm over here and I'm like, oh, I'm on the MES. I can try to get which I need to change. Back then, one time I ran up my count from like $100 to like 800, just catching 5 to 7 points every day and getting off. But shit, I don't know. Somewhere around the lines, I lost that discipline of getting off. So that's
You
what I'm
just got to
working on.
remember it's not really about like getting the points, it's about the process. Are you taking good shots? You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
no, most definitely. That's one thing I've been trying to chillax too. I told you I'm trying to chillax like on taking trades, at least like giving myself 2 to 3 trades. Like today I took my first scalping trade, which was 2 points, and then I ended up I tried this when E broke D, I tried a quick on the impulse area with 1 point risk, which ended up taking me out, and then I did the one all the way up. I did it. That's it. I've only taken 3 trades so far.
Yeah, I think I've
But I
taken
can't lie, I'm currently in one too.
3. I've taken 3 trades also.
I mean, one was a scalp, which was fine. One was a risk trade with 1 point risk, which I was fine. I was just trying to test it out on the impulse area. And then the other one was that I mean I could have taken 5 points, but I didn't. I took 3, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with 3, like you said. And then just with the flow that the market's going with right now, I'm holding this 08. Just gonna give it a shot, see what's up. If it breaks, that'd be dope.
You're holding the 08 to the downside?
Yeah, the 08 to the downside. With like just my stop loss is literally like 0.70, like not even a point, and it's touched my entry when I got in, and since then it hasn't touched my entry. So I mean, if this randomly shoots up and takes me off, I'm only losing like under a point. Are you guys taking it this time? We going for it? Mm,
Have to pull some stops out for sure.
like even these bars, like they get bought up and then completely sold off. Bought up, sold off. I mean, that's been the breadth of it for the last 4 bars. Let's break this week low and let's see if we can take this A open.
If it gets back above the 7 and it sees a bid, it's gonna probably trade back up to 10. So just be careful.
Okay, well done. I'll have my mouse on this flatten button right here. Oh shit. 07.
Right here. If a bid comes in, it might get a little pop. Seeing them try to reoffer there.
There's a pop that you're talking about, and there's
209 goes
flat.
up tick.
Takes one more time up and it's flat.
Doesn't look like buyers are really having any like gusto though. Not really.
Yeah, like the gas is not there.
Right.
And it should be there when we're at, like, me, I personally think it should be there when we're at the bottoms of breaking, where they're buying the market at.
8/4. Yeah, they need to get a bid above 8/4. F halfback's like at 9. Like they trap some buyers there at 8 or 7.
Yeah, if this goes back to 06 fully, it would be like the 4th bar that ran up and then sold off by a tick too. Like all of them coinciding by a tick. Alright, so buyers are trapped up there. Are you guys gonna take advantage of these sellers or what? Like, what's the dealio?
There's an offer.
Okay, that was kind of rough push now. Can we get a meow? Okay, that's some fucking boo boo. Hmm. Well, back up again we go.
Nasdaq is really struggling to stay above its view up. Apple is not helping. Microsoft is coming down too. Nvidia is only about 4% down for that bot, and AMD is not doing as great, but we'll see where it gets to.
Come on, sellers, stop doing that boo-boo shit, bro. Bruh.
Five more minutes till new candle.
What the hell? There's no way. And Jesus only moved this. Yo, this thing gotta make a move right now. It's about to. Things moved. 3, 6 ticks. That's crazy.
You're watching the 8 and the 9 here. So above 8, you probably get short covering. If sellers don't come back in at the 9, right, that would be mechanical because that's the halfback of F. Then you watch the 10, and then this cliff up here is like 11 half. We can't really call it a cliff, more like a fucking hill today because it's not moving at all.
It hasn't really. It's been just slowly just eating itself to death.
Yeah, it's like doing nothing. What will probably happen is you'll probably get a move in both directions. I'll probably take the stops on both sides of this little distribution.
Microsoft came down, but Apple came up a little.
Bless you.
I feel like this next period is going to be the telltale. Nvidia's right smack dab in the middle of its value area from Friday. Below POC though.
If they're gonna move it up, buyers need to move it up like right now, or else it's probably being kind of pathetic about it though. Circles.
One minute.
So mechanical G high right there on the 9. Look to see if they rebid here. Got an offer that came in on 9. Mechanical sellers on the 9. There's H period. Offer trying to move lower. Gets upticked. So they'll probably take this up to 10 now. I like it. So a bunch of shorts cover from there. That's what that was, a stop run. I think you're still echoing down.
Did we had this before? Well, not this exactly this, because the other one had come up higher. But we had it where we were in an upper range above TPOC with one of the candles, and then it ended up going down and filling that in. I don't remember which one it was.
I'm so glad he told me 750 back, because I swear to God, if you'd have never said nothing, my dumb ass would have held that shit.
You're short, you mean?
I thought you were
No,
long
no.
the whole time anyways, until you said you were short. And then I don't want to say
No,
anything.
no, no,
so
I
didn't wanna-
was. I took my points, remember? You asked me if I was on the long, and I was like, nope, I took that shit. I just thought the sellers were gonna break, remember? So I was like, I'll take this
okay.
quick little scalp trade, but I only risked not even under a point. And then it hit the 50 and I was like, yep, this shit's done.
Yeah, because like once you guys tell me like that you're in a position, I really try to refrain from giving a different opinion because I don't want to shake you guys out of a trade because like I said, like every trade is 50-50, so like regardless of what I'm thinking, it's not always right. And so like if you're in a short and I'm like, well, I don't think we're gonna go down, I don't want you to just be like close a short and then fucking market pukes, you know?
Mm-hmm. Instead, you give me a pinpoint like, hey, if this happens, this is most likely gonna happen.
Right, which is what what I do to myself is just that's how I just manage risk all the time. That's like what I'm good at.
H kind of immediately stopped out at that T2 settle. But I don't, damn it, I should have just played the same trade I did in the beginning.
Yeah,
I've
went
been
right to
played
that
all over
cliff.
again.
Yeah, I thought you were. That's what I thought you were doing. And then you said you were short, and I was like, all right, well, I don't say anything.
I was just giving it a shot because I saw that '08 was getting held really good by sellers. So I was like, hey, if this ends up going down, I can get right here and give it minimum risk. And if it works, it works.
Right, Steve. That's what I try to do. Try to offer like perspective because it is hard to maintain perspective when you're in a trade sometimes. You know, like because you're just like so zoomed in. You're like, all right, well, I need this fucking thing to go up or I need this thing to go down, and so like sometimes you lose that perspective, and so that's what I try to do is just be objective and be like, okay, hey, well, this and that, and you should always be doing that to yourself too. Like that's like the immediate thing. You get into a trade, you should be like, okay, well, if I'm in this trade long, somebody else is in this trade short. What are they seeing? And then try to like get that perspective. Like, okay, well, they're seeing not just like, well, if they're short, they're a fucking idiot.
I do be asking myself that time too. Like if I'm long and if I'll try to look at my trade like if I was short and where would I be positioned to try to kind of find out like if I was short, like look for the levels I'd try to get short and what would we have to break through to go against that short. Am I still echoing
Um, yeah.
a little?
Wow, Kim just did a termination and the guy like slammed the door, tiles fell out of the ceiling, and he threatened her. He said, "I'm gonna beat the shit out of you."
She called the cops.
Well, I asked her if she called the cops. She said no, they did not call the cops, but they did give his picture to all the security guards in the building. And I mean, it's not her report, so she was just the HR person doing the thing.
Yeah,
So
they should still call the cops on that fucking
I would have
dumbass.
thought so too. I would have thought so too.
It's a threat.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
Well, I mean, some people just don't get it.
Like that person, like people that react like that when they do get laid off, they know that it's coming. You know what I mean? And then it happens, and they just thought it was never gonna happen because they've just been probably slacking off their entire fucking existence. And then it does happen, and they're like, fuck. Fucking worthless fuck. Someone should beat that guy's ass for threatening a woman.
I know, that's what I thought. What an asshole. Well, it's holding above VWAP now. NASDAQ is.
See you, Steve. Yeah, a little pop right back up to that, above that little shelf at 1150 or 12 area, and then right back.
Oh, he didn't say he was going to beat her up. He just said you better back away. So he didn't necessarily threaten per se.
Still, better back away for what? What are you gonna do? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
okay.
can hear you.
Okay. I had to switch my headphones. It's the case is at 75%, not the Any of the shorts that cover you think doped? Yeah, I think so too. Agree. Anyone that wanted to get out got their chance, and oh, there's an offer right there. Look at that. Oh,
Oh
look at the
wow,
tape.
Nasdaq. Holy
Weird.
crap, Nasdaq freaking just like oh,
Damn!
VWAP.
McCarthy
hit
said we
VWAP,
don't.
bounced.
McCarthy said we don't have a deal. It's news.
It hit Nasdaq hit VWAP, bounced for a second, and then it dipped below, and now it's sitting at VWAP.
That was a news low. So be careful. Got below that. This like distribution here.
Well,
Yeah, that was
see what happens now.
McCarthy came out, said decisions have McCarthy on the Biden meeting. Decisions have to start being made. Saw the tape thicken up real quick. Not a lot of trading happened there, but a lot of people were willing to kind of put some positions on. McCarthy on the Biden meeting, decisions have to start being made, so the same thing. Source there. Right along here. Perfect. Now let's just get back above. All right, shorts, you got your second chance. Now go ahead and just start bailing out so we can take this thing to the high. Ooh, buyers might be getting stuck here on this 5/4. They're trying to bid up here. See that? Oh, there it goes. Liquidation came in from 8, basically. So watch that spot. If there's no reoffer on the 8, then we should trade back up to the high. But if there is a reoffer anywhere from here to 8, then I'll just cut this long off. A key here on that breakdown is that H low couldn't take the C low, which is a mechanical low. So you would figure if the offer was serious, it would, really kind of press that issue. So more of just a liquidation followed on by momentum selling at like 3 and 2. Then we traded down to almost a 4,200, and then it popped back up above the 2. Sellers tried to reoffer, and then they didn't get anywhere. Then they tried to offer the 3 again. They didn't get anywhere there. And here we are back kind of in this balance. Watch for a reoffer here. If there's no reoffer, then it should keep going up. You're ready to add right here on this 7 if they can't push it back below down to 5. Buyers where you
Yeah, because that's catching the bounce off VWAP.
Yeah, this is awesome. The old fucking little news liquidation trap. Seller's trying again hard on this 9. Six minutes. For the next period. Feels like sellers are getting stuck here at 9.5, 9. They're trying to smother it. Those offers. Offer on the 10 drops down right to 975, so one tick above price, but then it jumps back to 10 as soon as it goes back to the offer. Kind of like they're not trying to get filled at the 10, they're just trying to hold it below the 10 to get filled for the long side, is kind of what it seems like. See that? Just the short squeeze we needed to break past 42.14. I hope so. I'd like to see us get above 16, to be honest. At 15.5, 16, that's where we need to get. That would give us this real capitulation look from these lower people that are stuck in the lower distribution. And then today we should get a bunch of news. What would be the ultimate is if we get a bunch of news about the debt and blah, 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 which drives the market lower during Globex, gives us a better opportunity to buy tomorrow. If not, then Globex just kind of corrals to the upside, and then you don't really have to stay up all fucking night trade, get any good positioning. I don't really want to do. Lowe's, so there's no earnings today. Lowe's has earnings tomorrow. Nvidia's earnings Wednesday. School earnings Thursday. Video is going to be big for the Nasdaq earnings.
Alright, I'm gonna head out for a couple hours. I'll probably catch you guys in a couple. You guys have a good time trading.
All right, later, bro.
Later, Dom. Are Nvidia's earnings after market?
Let me see. After, yeah.
Good. Good, good, good.
Yeah, back in this damn balance again, John. It's the worst.
Nasdaq's making a push for the upside here.
It's definitely trying. Apple's coming up higher too.
Yep. Yeah, if Apple breaks high of day, which is at
174 half, 174.70. So basically
Yeah.
it's about 50 cents out.
Yeah, if Apple breaks high of day, then that'll probably pull the market up because Microsoft, even though it's off the high, is still above yesterday's high. We can kind of assume that anyone that was short from Friday and Thursday balance for Microsoft is going to cover into the close, into the latter part of the day. Nvidia is trying to come up as well. And that should be just the gas that the market needs. And you're seeing tech go 50 here, so healthcare's come off of it a bit. So the breadth is improving a little bit, mostly on the Nasdaq. Nicely still holding its own though. And Dow's like, don't leave me below the VWAP. Right now. Those right there.
Back to that little shelf here, 11.5. Watch this offer here on 12. Nasdaq's really pushing it. Dow's trying to get back to its VWAP. Nvidia's breaking value area high.
Yep.
Apple as well.
Sure is.
Yo. Mechanical eye high again.
Nvidia popped back under value area high from Friday.
All right, John. Catch you later, man. Have a good one. Oh, I'm thinking of doing a save. Get a nap before class.
Apple's coming down.
Yeah, definitely getting a little bit slower here. Arthi just said, I think we can make it all happen by the debt deadline.
Who said that?
McCarthy.
That was the same guy who just said that they stopped.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's the same guy.
Well, it's only between him and Biden, pretty much.
Oh, right. NVIDIA is basically bouncing off its value area.
Yeah, everything's holding pretty steady right here. 6 trying to get back above 0. All right, Thomas, catch you later, man.
Apple's pretty much trading sideways
Yeah, I mean
the
everything.
last 20 minutes.
The fucking worst. Do you think it might be worth a few $100 for software that run the Ninja Trader 8 that tracks real-time trends to help? Send me the link to it and I can tell you. I don't, I mean, I think you can do everything you want to do on Excel. So if you have access to Excel, it's probably cheaper than doing that. If we close around this area below 42.15 tomorrow, well, let's take a peek at the economic calendar and see what do we got going on tomorrow. Because we're gonna get the minutes on Wednesday this week. So on Wednesday there will be some movement. It's stale data anyways, but movement nonetheless. Tomorrow we've got Fed Logan on at 9, manufacturing PMI, services PMI, new home sales. Not really much there, just normal weekly news. Wednesday, Yellen's on at 10:05. That could move the market a bit. She's been kind of a fucking fireball lately. Get the minutes at 2. And jobless claims and GDP is Thursday, so that could be in the Fed's balance sheet. Thursday also. And PCE on Friday. So that PCE report is going to be the most important thing this week. I think the minute's really not that big of a deal, but that PCE on Friday, because the Fed likes to look at the PCE as far as inflation goes, so that'll be kind of the key for that. So really, like as far as tomorrow goes, we just have to keep with our initial thought process, which is that we were balancing, right? We broke out of balance. We're balancing here so far, so we have a little 2-day balance going. Like I said, you could call this a cessation of one time framing. You could not call it a cessation of one time framing. It's 2 ticks. I'm not going to consider it. And it was news driven, so I'm really just not considering it. Value is higher, overlapping to higher still. Unless we get a late day break and start to build value lower, most likely value is going to be higher. Everything's kind of pointing to higher. And then really even a breakdown to here where we have trapped inventory still, this 72.68 level, would just be a retest of the balance area high and break. And so like if we look at the, let me pop this bad boy out, or the weekly profiles here, you can see that last week's low all the way down here, 41.20. So, even this is that 70 level. It's kind of like the top of all the value, bottom of all the values basically here. So even there, like, you still have this 41.70, which is a big volume nodule, and then even to the low of balance, big volume nodule. So, I mean, as long as we really remain in this upper distribution, and that's kind of like above 86, there's better odds that we trade higher. Below 86, you've got those chances to come down 66, 74 area back into value. And if they find acceptance inside there, then chances are 41.36, 41.24. But really, for me, until the market proves that it can go lower, then I just keep thinking that it's not gonna. And if we look at the daily, right, you had this gap down day that left the gap, so there's still a gap down here, and then you have these 3 equal lows that couldn't couldn't get pushed through, even, and then left a poor low, and then market traded higher, right to the high balance, settled, and then traded higher the next day as well, kind of alluding us to say that really these lower prices are just not finding any supply. And so if there's no supply lower, then the market's going to have to go higher. And if we look over at the daily chart here, just to get like a wider view, right, we're still kind of trading in this little gap right here. We're basically kind of right at the high, but there's been supply a little bit higher up here. This 4293, 4300 area is kind of where I'm thinking. And then if we were to look at this like on, let's say this was like a, what's it called? See if we put these on. Put our Brad box on. Switch to the daily. Oh, it doesn't look like it shows it. But there would be, theoretically single prints right up here. 4136. What's this low here? 4364 half to this high here, which is 4327. So above 4327 up to 4363, we can kind of assume that's where supply's at. And that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. But we've got to remember too that most of the market's been very emotional and been trading basically news event to news event. So the main key is really just going to be paying attention to that debt talks. That's really the biggest thing. It just matters the money on what the software is. I like a program called TradesViz. I like to enter all my trades in there because then it does a lot of the math for me. But I mean, if it's like, I mean, depends how much it is. Like, it tracks real-time trades, buys and sells for you. I'm not sure what that is. Real-time buys and sells. Is that like Delta? It depends what it is. If you send me the link, I'll tell you straight up if it's worth it or not. Because if it's on NinjaTrader, I've probably had it or played with it. Right, but because because of the over looming, fragility that it has on the market, then like because it could come out any day, right? That the deadline is like June 1st ish or something like that. But if they come out and say we've reached a deal, rocket to the upside. Or if they come out and say talks
Talks have stalled.
talks have stalled and will resume in like 4 days or something like that, then it's going to be tough for the market to go up because of that overlooming default. It's just like last time, like when we talked about how the Fed was raising rates, and then if they were going to pause or if they're not going to pause, kind of what the reaction was going to be. But the reaction was basically nothing. The market did move lower, but then it moved higher the very next day, and that's kind of telling of that they don't really care about the rate. They're more concerned about the default. And today's kind of looking like a textbook neutral extreme day. Let's pull up the text. Six-part study guide. On neutral extreme day, a neutral day indicates day time frame balance is characterized by range extension on both sides of initial balance. more or less a neutral day. Delta, aggressive sellers, aggressive buyers, passive buyers, lose a lot. Deals. I don't I don't think it's necessary or accurate. I don't think it matters. What matters is kind of the reaction, not necessarily if it trades on the bid or the ask, because that's what Delta is telling you. It just trades on the bid or the ask. But you've got seller, right? Let's say you've got a large seller who's sitting on the 14 quarter, and look at 311, 314, 315, 316, 352, and it upticks, right? So there, that would be, you would assume an aggressive buyer, but then all of a sudden it downticks. So what happened to these 315 buyers, right? They rebid here, 102, so aggressive buying there. 119 step up, more aggressive buying there. But look at the inverse here. Well, we're just kind of seeing aggressive buying now, but when we look at the inverse here, if these 400 go offer, right, 411, we get a downtick. So this is showing aggressive buying on the 1475, yet we're getting downtick. So a seller is absorbing there, right? Because no buyers are willing to continue to move price higher, because all of the orders that are willing to sell there passively are not filled. So like Delta, I don't think is yeah, that order flows trader 6.0. Yeah, I don't think it's not going to help you be a better trader if that's what you're looking for. It's not going to give you any information that you can't just get normally. Look it up. I think that's the one that I had. I don't think I had the 6.0 though. The order flows trader, it's the footprint, right? It's the Asian guy? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I had that software when I had NinjaTrader. It's just a footprint, and then he just adds like certain things to it to make certain things more visible, I guess. Which I'm not saying that it can't be helpful. I'm just saying that it's not gonna be like oh, like it's not as easy as the videos make it seem that he makes. Like, oh, you see this is trapped buyers. Like everything is contextual. I really don't think delta is very important, especially not in the ES. Like the delta today is negative 2338 from the open, and we're 10 handles above the open. So if you're trading off delta, you're not doing too hot. That would mean you've been shorting the whole day and you're underwater. The one thing I do like cumulative delta for is for crypto, and not on a per bar basis. I more or less just look to see divergence there. Same way people use like RSI or things like that. The thing is because the ES is so liquid that it's easy to hide on the opposite side. So you could be a big seller. Like there could be a big buyer today just hiding and just trading passively on the bid all day today. Right? That's why we're getting negative delta, but the market's moving higher. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, I think it's like $1,000, isn't it? That's how much I paid for it. I think there's better ways to spend $1,000. But I mean, honestly, like, the only way you're gonna know, see if there's a trial. That's what I would do. 750, yeah. See if there's a trial, or send them an email. Be like, hey, I just wanted to trial your software. Can I trial it for like a week and see if it really speaks to you? I think a lot of that footprint data is almost useless on a chart. Well, depending upon if you're like, depending upon what you're doing, right? Scalping, um, scalping's not easy, but um, you know, if you just run it on a 10-minute or higher chart, then it can be a little bit more useful. Look at that 15 trading 23.14 there. Pretty big trade.
Is that to the downside, or was that to the upside?
It traded on the offer, so it's a buy order. Another 1,000 trade right above it. Weighted AD is flipped positive. Tick held to 0. Breath is improving. We're almost 3-1 here. We just reclaim this 16 and find some buyers up here. We should fix that poor high, but sledding today.
I have audio?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I had to disconnect from the VPN, that always jacks everything up because your chart wasn't updating.
Oh.
So far, it hasn't really gotten to my point of just exiting, so I'm just kind of just sitting, waiting for this thing to get there. NVIDIA is down about 10%. AMD is not doing well, about 30%, 35% down. But overall, it's not horrible. So even with the cost of options, those were crazy high.
Yeah, a bunch of premium pumped in because of the earnings.
I mean, my initial order was 1160 for AMD or for NVIDIA. Been tempted to close all day just because I don't know where it's going to get to. I guess you don't know what's going to happen. Do you think that we'll still keep pushing up, or do you think that it's going to eventually resettle or settle back down and toward the main TPO value area?
I mean, I'm leaning to the upside, but I'm not like convinced of the upside or anything like that.
It's hard to say, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of been back and forth all freaking day.
What's up, guys?
What's
Hey,
up, TJ?
Tommy. Or, TJ, sorry. TJ. How's it going?
Going good, man.
Are you just coming on?
Yeah. Yeah, I had a drone job this morning. Been watching the kiddos, so I was on for about like the first 15 minutes. I was trying to see if I could catch anything, but I had to run out. I mean, I did take a trade, but I'm basically flat on the day, so I'm up like a tick. Man, what a day, huh? A heck of an opening drive, and then all the way back to yesterday's low.
Yeah, I think that B low was caused by some news that came out. So there was like an explosion at the Pentagon or something.
Yeah, I tried watching back the A and B session on YouTube, and I heard something about that on there. Interesting looking profile.
Oh,
there.
it was fake.
Oh, it was a fake
Fake
news
image
report?
of explosion. Yeah, fake image of explosion near Pentagon went viral. AI generated hoax.
What?
It's on Forbes.
Jeez, that was
Fake,
loud.
apparently AI generated image of an explosion outside the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia briefly went viral Monday morning. So the Department of Defense confirmed the image was fake as government officials continue to warn about the dangers of AI generated misinformation, which means they're the ones that probably released it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably.
I mean,
sounds about
come
right.
on.
Yeah, Jeff called Bill and he's like, hey, I'm gonna shoot out this photo. Get ready to buy the dip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you doing? I have to get something real quick. It's just
Wonder if the metadata says who generated it or where it was generated. They've got to hide some of the data in there somewhere. Hard for someone to get away with something like that. Tomorrow is very likely to be a PDCC day with all of these counts coming in. Shocked if it just like dried up. I may have to make that not the case so that I don't have to be in double contracts. And then watch it take off in the right direction and do well. Waited, never broke. Oh, I guess it broke zero barely and then immediately came back down.
Yeah. That this K low though is mechanical. So failure to get back kind of accepted below that I high is telling us that short time frame traders are
Aren't
kind
gonna
of
let this
flipping
thing
here.
drop. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I will dump this if it reaches my dump level.
And we almost have almost all the sectors besides consumer discretionary turning green. Staples is more of a risk off anyways, so more of like a risk on look.
So they put their money there when things are looking a little bleak other places.
Yeah, typically like buy consumer staples because like it's things people aren't going to go without. So be like an influx of stuff like consumer discretionary, which would be like shit people don't need what they buy anyways, and then consumer staples like food and electricity and shit like that. Milk, bread, eggs, clothes.
Know as soon as I hit the flatten button, this thing's gonna tank
Yeah,
into the gutter.
that's how it always works.
You green or are you taking heat?
Well, the bot, it's just the bot. It's not me. I try not to take trades while the bot's in because it usually gives me a bias. So the bot's inputs right now. It's underwater. Overall, it's about 20% down.
Yeah, exactly. Just call Elon or Jim Cramer. Get the pump or the dump. We have that Elon clip.
I might pump, but I don't dump.
That one. Nice bid stepping up here. I'll just get above this. Get acceptance into this upper distribution. Fix the poor high. That's all we want. Not much to ask.
You in a trade?
I am, yeah.
I'll be back.
Been sitting in this trade since fucking G period.
Oh dang, for real?
Yeah, I've just had no reason to get out. So. And then when that liquidation came, it was really just pretty much bullshit. So I just added and then holding.
Man.
I had 2 nasty fills this morning during V period, but they were basically bottom tickers. They were nice.
Oh Jay. Dang man, that's awesome. Yeah, I know when it came down there, it would have been hard to buy like yesterday's low, just how fast it was coming into it with that news all of a sudden or whatever, but looked like it was the perfect spot.
Yeah, I had limit orders
You're
there
like yanked that.
already. Yeah. Yeah, because initially I got long before the market opened, and then I added a couple after the market opened, took those off. One of them got stopped out basically, fucking break even, because I should have just took it off higher like I was thinking, but didn't. And then I had resting orders down at yesterday's low. Came down, grabbed me, and then back up.
Nice. Yeah, I heard you say you had bought one before the open, and I had seen that same spot, and I'm like, man, I never trade before the open, but I want to get one right here, but I didn't. But it would have been like the perfect spot.
Yeah, I just didn't want it. I didn't want it to open up and just fire to the upside, and then not have like basically my plan would be like null because I would have needed to be in at the open.
Right. Yeah, I kind of got spooked out of my like I forget the price action. I knew I only had like 15 minutes, and
That's tough.
I was like, oh geez. But I was looking for an opening drive, and it like immediately popped up, and I hit to mark it in, and I had my trading Dom locked, and it popped up the big things like you're locked on trading or whatever. And so I had to unlock it, and then I hit market. But by that point it filled me like a point higher, and volume was coming in. It still looked good, but we were probably like 3 points above the open. And then I don't know, like a big flush came in for a second, and it kind of spooked me out because I was so far from the open at that point. I was like, I don't want to. So I just hit flat, and then I got back in higher like a little later. But I should have just, when it came down and didn't break the open, I should have just got back in then and then had a tighter stop. So I basically
kind of danced around a little bit at the open.
Yeah, so I went down 3 points, and then the trade that I took right after that was great, but I didn't follow my stinking exit strategy. I don't know if it's because like I knew I was crunched for time and I already went down 3 points or what, but I took my second lot off instead of waiting for it to hit an exit point. So I closed the trade for like 3 1/4, and it didn't freaking break the 2 minute candle until like that 42.20. Jeez. So I would have had like another 10 points.
Damn.
I know. My gosh. You have these rules for a reason.
Yeah.
Man, that's a lot of volume.
It's tough though when you don't have a lot of when you know you're crunched on time. It's tough.
Yeah. Yeah, so it was a bummer.
Yeah, we're back.
But it's exciting like that. You see the opportunity, you get in. Like I didn't like follow the exit plan, but just seeing that it would have worked and would have been a great trade is encouraging. I feel like I'm on the right track.
Right, exactly.
There was a lot of volume that traded on that 16, 2,500
Yeah,
bucks.
it was. Basically all like right at the same time too. 15 traded like that as well. 15 traded a lot of volume, and 16. That's all those shorts getting out right there, probably. All the shorts that were stuck in that lower distribution. A break of this high would take us like 42.27 quarter. 25.75 is that level there, but 27 quarters. I have the pullbacks. And so remember, like before we get all this thing's gonna go to the fucking moon, we've got to remember we need to see acceptance in this upper distribution. Been riding long all day, so this is nice, but we need to see acceptance here and not, well, for me, like I gave up like at least 15 points earlier, not taking profit on one of my trades.
Yeah, I was thinking through that when it was happening, because it's kind of tough because like you're on an opening drive, so that there's a lot of times it never comes back to the open, so like on your last lot you're in a good position, but then when it comes all the way back you're like daggone.
Yeah, I was
But most times, the opening drive, like this probably could have been more like an opening test drive where it came up, tested the upper range, and then came back down. But also, you don't know how much the news affected it either. So.
Yeah, that was kind of my key reason that, well, it came right down to kind of where we expected it to rad prints again. So we still have trapped inventory down in that D2, but also like it really just kind of fell out of the sky. It didn't really, there was nothing else really for a reason. It wasn't a big seller. There was really nothing that came in. It was just started to free fall for a second, and then as soon as it got caught, it just rallied pretty hard. Hello? My bad. I was on the phone. You see, we came down and got that mechanical low there.
Oh shoot, I wasn't looking at the screen.
Yeah,
Drew.
Jake. Yeah, I drew.
Yeah,
it.
the I half back. Oh yeah, I was or J half back. I was looking at that.
Yeah. So look
Yeah, I feel like I
a
don't
little
know where any levels are because I haven't been here all day.
Jamie Dimon says everybody should be prepared for higher rates from here. We already knew that because we're listening to fucking Powell, and that's what he's been saying the whole time. I swear, like, some of these people make so much fucking money, and like, it's just crazy. Like, he's Powell's been saying that for fucking ages now. Like, he's never talked about cutting rates at all. The only thing that's been talking about cutting rates are the people. Or even the pause has been the people, the Fed funds rate tool. They've been pricing it in, but
Right.
Powell himself has never said anything about it. So, and he's been super non-committal every time somebody asks him about it. So it's like, thank you for making fucking however much money you make and telling us nothing. Yeah. Like, that kind of shit should be stock market manipulation. Those people should be investigated by the SEC for shit like that they put out.
Yeah.
Like, they basically just been like spewing to retail traders that they should be scared and market's going to come down because interest rates are going to go higher and blah 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 blah. It's like fucking, it's just unethical and unmoral is what it is. And it's like clear as day because we get to see the COT report that JP Morgan has obviously been buying the stock market, not selling it. So are you fucking telling people to sell the market when you're not? Like, that's unethical. It should be a crime. They've been fined 93 million already? Yeah. Makes sense. But still, it's nothing. To them, that's like 100 million to them is probably like $100 to us. You know, it's like, it's not shit.
Yeah, if you only have to give up a small percentage of your profits every time you get caught, it's not a bad deal.
Right. Exactly. You know, you make 500 million, you have to give 100 back. Yeah.
Yeah, dang, they caught me this.
Yeah, I'll take that deal. Yeah, and only when you get caught too. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they do that. They would just do that over and over again. Who wouldn't?
You see,
Easy
they
for
asked. Oh yeah, exactly. They asked Elon if he would stop saying stuff that might hurt Tesla stock prices, and he said the truth is more important than money. I was like, you know what? I like that.
Yeah.
Good for him. And he's been honest. Like, he even said that, like, Tesla stock price is too high. And then people just buy it anyways. They're like, no, we don't give a fuck.
It's actually pretty far off the high, right?
Yeah,
Now?
Tesla hasn't recovered the way that some of these, like Meta and Nvidia, even Apple, hasn't recovered as much as from the all-time high that a lot of these other guys have.
Yeah.
It did fall significantly lower though too. I mean, Meta's up over 100% this year, I think, or close to.
Jesus
I know
Christ.
Nvidia is.
I mean, do they even like cash flow money?
Meta? I
How do you
don't know.
like
I mean,
some
I'm
of these
sure off ads, I
companies?
guess.
Yeah, ads. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, Meta's up 107%. Nvidia's up 114%. Tesla's up 52% this year, but they're still pretty far off their all-time high. But a lot of these companies are like, I don't really think they turn like a huge profit. They more or less like, it's like when people stop, when the economy slows, a lot of these tech companies are going to slow as well. And so they're going to have to start thinning out, cutting a lot of people, which is what they've been doing. Like, so like all of these companies really cut tons of people this year.
Guess we're one time framing up, huh?
Yeah, we are.
How many periods for 1, 2, 3, 4? We're starting the 5th one, so if this breaks the top, then it's 5.
Yep. And we got this mechanical K low, I low's mechanical, or J low's mechanical, excuse me. And this C low's mechanical. Yeah, for the fourth quarter, JP Morgan Chase reported strong results in the fourth quarter and earned 11 billion in net income, 34.5 billion in revenue for a return ROTCE on of 20% while maintaining a fortress balance sheet and making all necessary investments. So during 2022, when the rest of the market, well, that's Q4 too, so market was going up for Q4. But still, like fucking, that's some cashola.
Looks like they seem to be moving down here.
I'll believe it when they break that low, I guess. At whatever the previous period is low. What period are we in? We're in K, right? Is K? No, L. So when they break K low.
The key takeaway for today, really, regardless of how it ends, unless it closes above the A high or below the B low, is that today is just a neutral day. Right? Pretty
Yeah,
much
for sure.
traded inside initial balance the entire day.
For sure.
Yep.
Let's see some resistance at the VWAP or VPOC. Is that what is that, 10? I guess it's been basically beaten that all day long, hasn't it?
Yeah, 10's been a big level all day. What's crypto doing today? Bitcoin basically flat. ETH, well, they're both up a little bit.
Did you close your long?
Yeah, I'm not fucking falling for this trap twice. Yeah, I closed my last lot at 16. I'd moved my
Nice.
stop up, but just because this morning I was in from such a nice position, tried to hold it, and it ended up taking it off. Well, it was actually below because I added on 6 and 7 on the way up, then ended up closing at 550, so below one of the ads. But I mean, it was a profitable trade. It was just should have been much more.
If we don't take this low, I'm gonna close wherever I'm at right now. If we go higher, I guess if we break the high before we break that low, I'm gonna close this thing.
Shit, there's a little baby groundhog out here too.
What's it eating?
Oh, and they're multiplying.
Fucking family of them. Yeah. Never have to mow my grass ever again.
They come out and eat the grass?
Yeah, they ate like the dandelion.
Convenient. Oh, there we go. Now we're talking. Let's push this bad boy down. Now we just got to break Deepak, the open, the low. All right, we're shooting for the moon.
I was gonna say, you best list all these out. VPOT, POC, halfback, open, settle. Are you talking about for your bot? Get some downside. Yeah.
I don't know where I'd have to get to see it actually in profit. I didn't actually calculate that out. I kind of just assumed I would be closing, or that it would be closing out of for negative today.
A little response there.
There's a
Yeah, it did. It
buttload
kind of
of
got
them.
a,
There's like 3 of
kinda
them.
got a bit of a bounce. Three babies, you said?
Yeah, 3 little. Listen. That's probably what it had. My wife said that she saw it with a squirrel in her mouth the other day, but it was probably just one of those babies.
Yeah.
Driving it around.
Now I don't want to kill it, so because if it has babies,
Yeah. Dang it. It's a mother.
it's the mom. So those fucking babies just die. Like, can't be very hard to learn to eat grass to survive, though. Nice, that's exciting. You just got your email from Ninja. Exciting. There's 100
deal with
sellers
this.
stuck on that 11 quarter.
I had a deal. It wasn't supposed to go up. That was the deal.
If the L period comes down to like that 9, M opens, we'd have 12
12
periods.
TPOs.
We'd
Yeah.
have all of them.
Yep. Oh, that is not a good sign.
Apple's trying to break the value area high.
What do you have value area high for Apple at?
At like 174, 46 ish.
Okay. Mine's a little bit higher than that. So evidently my numbers aren't going to be exact.
Mine's just on toss, like based off of toss. It doesn't look like it's. Doesn't look like should be though. 30.
All right, guys, I'm gonna jump off here. See you guys in the morning.
See you later, dude.
Later.
Well, part of me wants to ride this into the end, and part of me wants to just close it out so I don't have to worry about it. But I don't know. You never know what's going to happen, and typically when I close it early, I always regret it. And I'm decently far away from my exit, where I would close it out manually, being negative. And it looks like it's headed in the right direction for a while, so we should give it some room. NVIDIA's popping through its POC right now. Friday. Oh, maybe it's a little bit further away than I thought. 74, it's at 87. Oh, close enough. NVIDIA's breaking below its POC from Friday.
Oh, there you go. A little bit of liquidation.
Yep, it's moving in the right direction. Now I just need AMD and NVIDIA to follow suit. And they are, but not necessarily to a high degree. But once this next candle opens up, if it keeps moving down, that should give us just a little bit more movement downward. I don't think NASDAQ is going to get very much past 900 to the downside. So I won't plan on it. Market Watch says US stocks kick off the week on cautious note as debt ceiling talks continue. That was 7 minutes ago, so that might be why it's starting to show weakness. Waited, popped up for that little teeny bit, and that's it. And then it popped right back down again. I didn't see Kev today. Was Kev on? I don't think he made it. Oh, wow. Now we're talking. Oh, now we're talking. This is what I wanted to see earlier. NASDAQ just got to 900, popped through it, right at 80, right at 99.
Nasdaq's coming down pretty good.
Yeah, it just hit its VWAP. So we'll see if it bounces or if it just pushes through. Or if it just goes sideways. Oh, a little bit of bounce. Three and a half minutes till new period. Nvidia is coming down pretty well. AMD not quite as well, but still. NASDAQ pushed back down to its VWAP. Pushing through. So let's figure out how far I'd have to see this thing go down. So I am getting delta 224 divided by 5. 24 divided by 5. So 44 cents. And I need about 60. So it would need to come down about $1. So if NVIDIA comes down to 311, it'd be break even. AMD, not quite as cheery. 276 divided by 9, so 30 cents. And I need 60, so I need $2 out of AMD. So I needed to get to 105.50. And 106, well, 105, probably 106 probably is the right area. NASDAQ bounced off the VWAP. A little bit of a bounce. Back to VWAP. soon as that next candle opens, it should push right through VWAP. New candle.
All right, come on, M period. One more tick, and we get the perfect profile. Oh, it's gonna leave us high and dry there. Weighted AD's picking up a little bit of steam there on the downside the last like 15
Oh,
minutes or
sure
so.
enough. Yeah.
Trust M period at all, so.
Well, it could probably, I mean, it could switch and flip back to the upside, so
I mean, it's
no
gotta go up at
guarantees in
least one
life.
more tick on the M high. Give us a perfect profile.
Some guy with OCD is sitting there at his keyboard going, go, go. Trying to buy it up.
Yeah. Stuck shorts on that 7 there.
Oh, sure enough.
There it is.
Got it.
Perfect profile. Yeah, 12 TPOs wide. Every period traded at that level.
Now it's going down. It freaking went to the tick and then it freaking dove. All right, where's M gonna end up though?
The perfect profile. I'm just saying it's the perfect profile just because like every period, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Oh, I guess K didn't come down there. Never mind. It would have been 30. K would have had to come down. So never mind. Not the perfect. Everyone except one period traded down here would have to have 13 and 12. Yeah. So I mean, pretty much like every period has traded this 875 level, except one. That's what I was saying. Like the perfect profile. Is like perfectly balanced. You know what I mean? Like if the widest part of the profile is 13 TPOs wide, then that would kind of tell us like, you know, perfectly balanced. The thing that sucks about those options is if it pukes like after the market closes, you're pretty much SOL.
Yeah, but that's fine. My back testing is set up, and I mean, the whole point of this thing is that it would just does whatever it's going to do. That's what I mean, honestly, I'm just hope. If I was going to hope for one thing, it would be that I would just get out of the bot's way, honestly,
Yeah.
because I'm really the oil in the ointment for the bot for the most part. I'm not saying that I always screw it up, but I'm just saying that it does a pretty decent job all on its own. It's not perfect, but I mean, I think I now have a decent set of parameters for it to run off of that I really just I don't think is I think it's got enough ability to be able to do whatever it needs to do, in my opinion. I can't say it's going to be perfect, but I think that it's getting really to the point where it's really does really well for itself.
Right.
I mean, even that down month of April, I mean, as long as August closes, I'm sorry, as long as May closes at a reasonable level, April was the first down month in 19 months. So
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
I still have to figure out the longer term thing of, I mean, there's still lots of things to be worked on, but in fact, I actually had an idea. So there's a numbers guy that we're actually talking to that actually is a, well, basically it has to do with AI or number predictor or number prediction or anyway. What I'm thinking is that I can give him like a year's worth of data for all the tickers. And I can say, I want you to try and find a model. So basically and I wouldn't give him my model, but I would say, I want you to try and find a model that trades and is profitable. I don't care which ticker it is, pick one.
Yeah, and see how it plays.
And let him sort of create his own model and then generate his own concept of how it would do the trading and what it would use as the data to do the trading off of.
Mm.
And then that way, if he creates something that's better than mine, then I can adopt it. Or if he creates something that's not as good as mine, and that just reaffirms the model that I built. Getting through this open is going to be tough. $0.75 in NVIDIA, and I should be even. AMD will never freaking make it. AMD is going to bounce off its VWAP, I think. AMD or NVIDIA already broke its VWAP. Nasdaq's right at its VWAP. Apple's still coming down. Not a lot, but still trying to make newer or a little bit lower lows.
Nvidia's trying to squeeze lower too.
Yep. I think Nvidia will actually get to the point of break even. I think it'll get to 311. NASDAQ caught a little bit of a bounce off the VWAP. Yeah, I don't think AMD is going to get back down. AMD would have to freaking tank hardcore right now.
I'll be right back. There's a seller right there. In the 5.5.
Seconds. Bot closes. And 5. And closed. All closed out. Those were actually not bad. 935 sell price, fill at 955. 95, 106, 95, 106, 935, 965. Not bad at all. Now it's going to continue to go down, I'm sure. Well, it's about half of what it would have been if I had sold earlier, so I guess I'll, or when I was at the lowest low, I should say. I'll take that as a win. No, not a win, but you know.
Yeah. Not much else you can do unless you want to just hold it into the close.
Oh, I could hold it till tomorrow, but I just don't see that being a benefit. That's not what the model is based on. And then of course now it's starting to go down further. Nvidia is tanking a little bit further down. Oh damn. It's gonna hit my 311. It's gonna frickin' hit my 311. That's right. So yeah, 311 would have been break even roughly. We're at 992 and my sell price or my buy price was like $10.05 or something like that.
Yeah, and then it liquidates. Now it's at 11. Yeah, there it is. 311.03.
Yeah, it's really close to it. It would have hit, I think it would have hit 10. It would have just been break even though. I still would have been underwater in AMD. AMD is not liquidating like Nvidia is. So it's fine. AMD basically, or I'm sorry, Nvidia basically got to its VWAP or VLOW from Friday, and then it rejected. Well, not the worst I've ever done. Certainly not the best, but definitely not the worst.
Yeah.
All right, and the answer is I am PDCC put in 3 of the 4 bots. This last one has a chance of doing its own as well, so I guess we'll see what happens.
All right, I want to take off. I've got class early tonight, so get in there and get some.
All right, later, dude.
Catch you guys all later. Make sure you're managing
Have a good
risk,
night.
sticking to your trade plan. You have a good night as well.